Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you, as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the black perspective, and more specifically, black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite black publishers. Yes, 200 black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders throughout the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, California, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. This Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This week, we are hosting the literary edition of the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. Our first speaker is Dr. Rosa Higgs. Dr. Rosa Higgs is a retired public school and community college professor of English. NAACP recognizes Ms. Higgs as an influencer in reading instruction. She holds a master's degree in special education and a postgraduate work towards her doctorate in disability studies with an emphasis on reading instruction. Her undergraduate studies began at San Francisco State University. While at San Francisco State University, she was a founder of our country's first student Black union and the first Black studies curriculum. She is the developer and author of Read in 40 Hours or Less, a reading recovery curriculum, and co-director of the Leo C. Higgs Educational Foundation. In each of her positions as case manager and reading specialist, she has increased student standardized scores in reading, writing, and math for her students. I present to you Dr. Rosa Higgs. Dr. Rosa Higgs?
Hi.
Hi, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. So please, it's your stage.
Hello. Hi. Well, I guess I'll just tell you about myself. I'm Rosa Higgs, and I have written 4 books, as it turns out. They were lesson plans when I taught public school special ed classes. And the lessons were bound by parents into a book. And that book became 4 books. The magic, the genius in these books is that they teach anyone to read in 40 hours or less. What I have done is broken language arts into compartments. First, I teach reading skills. When I say teach reading skills, it's such that all of my students, well, almost all of my students, learn to read within 40 hours. Yes, I know it's not a year or 3 years. I have no level reading. I just start with my 4th graders, and I teach them how to read every single English-based word in our American English dictionary. And I do emphasize American English because our English in America is different from all of the others. Britain, Australia, Canada, West Coast Africa, South Africa, it's different than all the other Englishes. So our English has its own dictionary, and my students within 40 hours can read every single one of those words. I know, isn't that amazing? Oh, it's so exciting. So after they can read, that's 2 months. The 3rd month of my program is language arts that we typically know as comprehension skills, writing skills, vocabulary building, etc. And that's those components I teach after they can read. Reading is not a language arts skill. Language is the foundation that leads up to language arts. And I don't confuse the two. Some programs, well, all programs that I've seen confuse reading with comprehension and other parts of language arts. So that is what I do. I am just 2 years into business, and it's been a learning experience for me. I have 2 children. As you can see, I have, this way, right? A grandchild. She's 4 and she can read a little bit. But I have 2 children. My son, Benjamin, is involved in our business, and my daughter, Christina, is also involved. She happens to be one of those math people. She loves numbers, and she's excellent at it. And the girl could do long division in her head. Can you imagine that? But it's very exciting having my children with me and going through what the Educational Foundation can do for so many children who need to read. And when I started doing this as a teacher, it was kind of sad that most of our little Black kids couldn't read very well. But as time went on, I saw that many of the other races of children couldn't read very well. And by the time I'm retired from teaching and doing my fun work at the community college, I noticed there are people from all over the world who can't read. And I mean, they can read a little, but they can't read well. Now, when you take common sense and bring that into the picture, right? Who in the world said there is a level of reading? There isn't. Either you can read or you can't. Either you can swim or you can't. Either you can ride a bike or you can't, right? Well, so it is with reading. Either you can read or you can't. Now, do not confuse reading with comprehension and writing skills. Those are different categories. But to read a word simply requires knowing 7 phonics rules. My books emphasize that. My student workbook is full of exercises that take the child from wherever they are to the fruition of reading every single American-based word, because all of our words are based in 7 phonetic rules. That's all. It doesn't take a year to learn. It doesn't take 4th graders these words and then 5th grade to get another set of words. No, all of the words are readable by the time a child finishes my class. My classes are good for anyone from 8 to 88. 8 years old to 88. For the pre-K through 3rd grade, I emphasize sight words, or words that are commonly seen, that are memorized. I happen to have experience with little kids learning to read, and they tend to memorize words, right? You ever seen a kid read a book upside down, right? It's the cutest thing, and you know that they've memorized the words. So the emphasis has got to be on the 4th grade, because that's where multisyllable words are introduced to the children, and that's too much for them to memorize. And the sentences are much more complex. So I begin there. Also, that's where what do they call it? The pipeline to prison begins, right? They take the reading scores of the 4th graders, and based on how many can't read, they make an analysis of how many new gel cells they will need. That's sad. Anyway, so I want their numbers to go down to 0. Over the years, I have learned much, and I continue to learn much. Unfortunately, like in many businesses, you run into people who are pretty closed-minded. But I am very fortunate. Most of the people I run into are very open-minded, because they are desperate, very desperate to help these children, and they just don't know how to teach them to read. So I do. And I offer many gifts, many discounts to parents, to teachers, to superintendents, to organizations that want to learn how to teach children to read. And I teach them, I make videos, I give them away. I set up tutoring centers for people to go to. It's just, it's a massive job. And at my age, it's something that I really want to turn over to younger people. So I'm always looking for some young people, particularly men. Always looking for that man, right? Okay, let me stop being silly. I'm sorry, I can be silly. Anyway, we need male teachers in our public schools. So there's a big push to find Black men to become teachers. And we're doing pretty well. We found a few, and women as well, to become teachers and tutors for our children. Like I said, there are only 7 phonetic rules. 7, isn't that great? And it doesn't take a year. It only takes 40 hours. 40 hours. That is 1 hour a day. 1 hour a day for about 6 weeks. And that child goes from reading at 2nd grade level to reading at 12.9, which is as high as the scale goes, right? And it's beautiful to see them reading. It is the most heartwarming thing. Now, I started off years ago working specifically in our underserved schools. They're underserved. I just call them ignored, cheated, and robbed. Those schools, right? And that's where I've always taught. That's where my heart has been. And that's the population with whom I enjoy working. And I tell these people, whomsoever comes to me and follows directions will learn to read like a PhD in 40 hours or less. Now, it has not taken anyone 40 hours to learn to read. It's really much less. And the people who assessed my program told me it took maybe about 31 hours. And then we said, well, they won't believe that. She said, well, let's just call it 40, like when Jesus was under temptation and fasting 40 hours. So, okay, 40 days, 40 hours. So that's where 40 comes from. But it really doesn't even take that long. Amazing. Isn't that exciting? Well, let me tell you something that has happened. When I moved back to California, my son, who's a city councilman, and an old friend of mine I knew at law school, they called me consistently for a year. Now, here I am, happy and retired, professor of English. Oh, I love that title. And I have my own parking space. And because I'm an elder and a senior, all my classes were on the first floor near the bathroom. I was so spoiled at this school. I loved it. And they kept calling me to come back, leave Chicago and come home. And I'm like, well, yeah, but what is the urgency, right? And it's because these kids can't read. I said, that's ridiculous. And they would call me and they said, okay, I'm going to give you a link. You go to that site. So eventually I rolled around to doing what they said, and lo and behold, California was no longer number one in the nation. When I was a child in Berkeley Public Schools, Berkeley was the number one school in the nation, the whole wide nation, right? California was number one in the whole wide nation. I looked at those statistics. I almost fell off my chair. I could not believe we have fallen so low from grace. My hometown of Berkeley, California, had fallen. The whole state of California have fallen way down. When I looked at the statistics about 10 years ago, we were fourth from the bottom of all 51 school districts in the United States. We were down there, like number 46 or something. It was terrible. So lately, I've been looking at this and lamenting how, gosh, this is terrible. The whole state has gone down. Then it broke my heart to learn just a few days ago that this isn't the Black kids' problem. It's all of the kids' problem. And I knew this would happen because Dr. Martin Luther King warned us. He said, if your kitchen's on fire and you don't put it out, it will spread to the rest of the house. And so we all knew that and we believed him. Lo and behold, the Black kids couldn't read. They didn't do anything about it. And that fire has spread throughout K through 12 to all of the kids. I just learned that only 5% of America's K through 12 students, public school students, only 5% can read at grade level. 5%. A couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, it was 30% could read. Now it's down to 5%. And I am just floored. And I'm just thinking, oh, dear God, what can I do? What can I do? What can we do? We have to grow. We have to go much faster. We have to be more aggressive. And I really need some coaching. on how to expand and to grow, because I'm just thinking this school here and that school there, but this is really a national problem. And while we are in several states, we need partners to push, because what good are your books if the kids can't read them? And I'm not talking about Black kids. I'm talking about all of these kids. 5% of the kids can read. So you can write all you want, but if they can't read, what good is it going to do them? People talk about the Christians say they need to read the Bible. If they can't read, what's the Bible going to do? If they listen to someone telling them about their religion, whatever their religion is, instead of reading the background and the foundations and fundamentals of their religion, what good is it? A person can tell you anything about a religion if you can't read. A person can tell you anything about a contract if you can't read that contract. In 1844, this is going to hurt. We had more people of color reading by percentage than we do today. That hurts, doesn't it? You know what was going on in 1844. You know what happened to people who learned to read and who taught others to read, right? Well, enough of that. That's the urgency. And that's what I want everyone to feel. The two people running for president mentioned the crises in our schools. And it's not the teacher's fault. It's not the parents' fault, right? The teachers weren't taught. Why weren't they taught? Because no one taught them. So here we come and we have to holler the top of our voices. We know how to teach the teachers and the students, and we must be heard for the sake of all of our children, not just our Black children or brown children. Every child deserves to learn how to read, how to be productive, how to express their passion in art and music. All of these things require reading. Let me tell you something really interesting that I learned when I was teaching in the community college. I had students from all over the world. This was really fascinating. And one of the fundamentals of my reading program is that I teach the short vowel sounds and the rules that determine if a vowel in a word is going to be long, short, or silent. And so as I go over the short vowel sounds, because that's what's primarily ignored in our schools. The long vowels just sound like the alphabet, A, B, C, D. But the 5 vowels, and I don't argue with the British or the Australians. They say there's more than 5 vowels, there's 10. I say, okay, well, you have 10, we have 5. You know, I keep it simple. So what I learned was that the short vowel sound is in every single spoken language in the world. Can you imagine that? Duh. So our short vowel sound, that sound is in every language, right? Short vowel O, that's in every language. They're all in every language. And as I was speaking to one of my friends who still attends the temple, and I said, well, tell me about your ancient Hebrew lesson. Once you told me you don't put vowels in words. And she explained to me that we don't put the short vowel sounds in words because it is our belief that that is the name of God Almighty, the Creator, the one that keeps this ball floating, the one who created us. She said, that's the short vowel sound. Put all those sounds together, and that's the name of God. I said, really? I said, it in some kind of order? She said, I don't know the order. And so I can't teach it to you because it was never taught to me, but I do know that the short vowel sounds are his name in some kind of order. And I was just floored. I was just absolutely floored. The power of speech. As I speak to you now, my words are floating on the spirit that I feel for people, for the want of knowledge, for the want of direction and hope. My words float on the beats of my heart for all people throughout this world. I'm not usually very, I usually don't speak in large crowds, but I have lately. This Black History Month, I have been so busy, and I think I'm getting a little better at it. So forgive me if I falter, please. But just understand that my heart and soul goes out to Black businesses. I grew up in a Black business. My father's business, he was a realtor and an insurance person. And when he was a boy, he and his friends were allowed to go to Stanford University as auditors. They couldn't enroll, but they could sit in on a class, which he did for years. And he became a realtor. And the Black realtors had their own association. Of course, they were never admitted to the other guys, but they had their own association and requirements. And so because of redlining, he decided that we needed to have a fair housing bill. So he called 10 or 12 of his fellow Black businessmen in Berkeley and decided that they needed to find a nice young man to run for assemblyman and introduce our fair housing bill. So these young men wrote it. They found a young man a lot younger than they were. He was in his 30s. These men are in their 50s and 60s. They were World War I veterans, all of them were. And they found this young man in his 30s, and his name was Byron Rumford. So these men put their money in behind him and got the Black area of Berkeley and Oakland to support him and send him to Sacramento, which they did. Now, it took almost 30 years for that fair housing bill that Rumford introduced back in the 50s to be passed into law. You hear me? Every one of those authors had passed away. The last one standing is Byron Rumford. Hence, it's called the Rumford Fair Housing Bill. It's important for businessmen to look at everything, not just what they do, but look at what's around them. Look at the lawyers. What are they fighting? Look at the people who write books. What are they fighting against? Look at the artists. I learned something the other day. It just broke my heart. And I hope I'm wrong, but I was told, and I can't prove this, but I was told that the vendors list in almost every school district in America has no Black publishers of educational materials. There are books to read, fiction and nonfiction, but there is not one that teaches anything specific in the academic world. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding. There's people out there who know math and look at all the STEM people that are running around out of Spelman. Oh, we've got some geniuses out here. And I just hope someone can disprove that none of these school districts have a Black publisher or writer of academic materials. I just disprove it. Now, I know I'm the only writer and publisher of phonics workbooks. They're not textbooks. I hope someone comes along who's smarter than I who can put this into a textbook format if they want. The workbooks work just fine. But That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping someone can show our children math the way I taught my daughter years ago, the way my father taught me as a child. Put it in a book. Some schools have stopped teaching the timetables. I remember standing in front of my grandmother crying. All right, what's 7 times 8, Rosalie? And if I missed it, I had to go back to 1 times 1. I would just stand there crying until I could go from 12 to 12. Had to do the timetables. Same with both of my children. These children, I've run into many of them, even when I was teaching. They not only do not know cursive, but they also cannot multiply. And I want you to be worried and scared for them, because if a catastrophe happens, how can they know which way to go? It may not have an arrow or one of those strange little symbols that they have on things instead of the word. What if they can't read it? This is serious. And not only that, we know that people who can read have more synapses running around in their brain than people who can't. People who read live longer, live healthier, they're happier, they make a whole bunch more money. Come on, just because they can read. All right? This is important. This is critical to our well-being. It is not to be taken lightly. There is a crisis going on. The kitchen has been burning. Now it has moved to the dining room and the living room. You know what I'm saying? The house is on fire. And we've got to save ourselves and our children and our future. Our ancestors and settlers worked too hard to build this country up, fought too hard to make real what democracy is all about. You know, I was shocked at how hard it was to get Black studies into one of the most liberal colleges in America. I was shocked. I was shocked that our Democratic mayor, that woman, called the cops on us for demonstrating. Yeah. She called the police on us, where they tear gassed us. We're 17, 18, 19-year-old kids. They tear gassed us because Dr. Nathan Hare told us there's a whole subject of Black history. We had never heard of that. He told us about it. He showed us books. We said, well, we want this to be something academic, not just a club. People need to know, right? And so we kept asking for it and asking and asking. And a year later, just about every student except the athletes, I don't know why. Anyway, except for that group, came out and protested with us. I had the honor of throwing the president's typewriter out the window. See, I made good trouble, right? That's how long ago this was, okay? There was no computer in his office. It was a typewriter. And if you don't know what a typewriter is, go to the museum and they have some there. So my friend, I have friends, Danny, he threw rocks, but the police tear gassed us, put us in paddy wagons, took us to the jail where we had to wait for our parents to come get us. And I was an orphan, so I just got to leave with my friends, right? I didn't have any parents. They had died years ago. So that's how important this is. And I think that with the love of life and people and all people, we have got to steer them. Let me tell you a secret of what am I still on the show or am I just talking to myself? Okay, well, if I'm still on the show, let me tell you, I always teach my students, adults and children, there's only one of two ways to go. There's only two choices in life, really. I know people will tell you there's the gray matter and then there's this one and that one. There's not. That's a bunch of hogwash. The truth of life is there's only two decisions to make on every issue. The truth or the not truth. The correct or the incorrect. Oh, okay.
Yes, you were live. We've heard everything that you said. You have poured out so much great information. Oh my God. A lot of good information. One of the questions I had for you is, and I know this isn't, one of the questions, but it's just that out of the facts that you have poured out, my question is, do you think we can still save the house if we put out the fire in the kitchen, in the dining room?
Yes, that's what you're doing. Oh, dear heart. Miss Jackson, you are putting out the fire. Everyone connected with this show, Dr. Kelly, we are all helping to put out the fire. All of us.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So what, let's see this, what advice would you give to anyone that's out there that could be aspiring to write or would like to actually take up that mantle that you said about, trying to get actual curriculum books instead of the workbooks? What would you say to inspire them to take on that mantle?
I want you to look at your non-reading people about you. They can be 8, they can be 88.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, go online and buy my books. If you can't, just call me and I'll do my best to go into the foundation funds and get you the books. But all you need to put the fire out where you are is 40 hours.
Okay.
To adults, that's 1 week of work, right?
It's 1 week of work. That's correct.
That's it. Put the fire out.
All right.
And pray.
So where can we get your information? Do you have a website or anything?
Oh, I
think I did see the
you
book
want my
on Amazon.
website? Oh, yes. I'm so proud of it. And it wasn't done professionally. It was me trying. I'm going to get it done professionally, and then you'll like it more. But this is the best I could do for right now, okay? Go to, and I mean every word I'm saying here, www.read, R-E-A-D, N-I-N 40, numerical 40, that's a 4 and a 0, .com, C-O-M, okay? And you'll see my webpage. Do not freak out over the prices, right? My kids are greedy. I am not. Now, I have lots and lots of introductory prices and educators, and I have ways you can pay it forward, right? So
yes,
a lot of people have paid for your books already, even though you haven't asked for them yet. All right. Just keep that in mind. And when you get your money, you're going to pay it forward. That helps. Okay.
That is true. So now, do you have any upcoming projects that you're working on? Any initiatives?
Oh my God, yes. Really, really big. I don't want to tell you where, but a whole state has asked me to teach their teachers in summer school. The whole state. Isn't that awesome?
That is awesome.
The whole state. Now, to tell you the contrast, right here in my little hometown. But Miss Higgs, what other school district? Just every roadblock. We're Black. We know they invent things, right? To turn us back or discourage us. But not in this state. The state that wants me, they say, when can you come? When can you come? I said, well, I'm 80 years old. I don't know if I want to travel that far. He said, Miss Higgs, we'll give you everything you need. Please come. And we'll even give you a chaperone. I said, okay, I'll come.
Ms. Higgs, we are actually down to like the bottom of the hour. And so we would like to actually thank you for your time and sharing your genius. Because genius is, yes,
for
because
inviting
genius
me.
is common.
Every one of your geniuses, I need your help. So you don't have to buy a book, but you definitely have to call me. Okay, so go to my website and call me so I can call you back. All right.
All right. And again, oh, hold on, wait, let me check in. All right, yes. So, and again, your website is www.readin40.com.
Dot reading.
Yes. www.readin40.com.
Yes.
That's www.readin40.com. Is that correct?
That's correct. Perfect.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Higgs.
I did okay, huh?
Yeah, you did great. I mean, you shared some awesome gems, you know, from the actually the thing that stuck out with me the most was that in 1844 there are more people of color reading than there are now.
Proportionately.
And that proportionately that's some shocking thing, especially when you think about, you know, social justice and racial inequality. And, you know, I know you mentioned a lot that it's not just about Black and brown. That's true. However, you know, we do need to work on our numbers.
Yes, we definitely do. We're the most oppressed. That's why the laws go against us. Behavior goes against the other people, but it's laws that hold us back.
Yes, and I know I'm going to take up the challenge, and I press everyone on the Black Business Network to take up the challenge to actually discover if there are any Black publishers educated publishers for educational material on the vendors list throughout the country. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, we're going to have to see on how that academia list looks then.
Oh, great.
So we can improve everything.
That'll make a great research paper for some aspiring publisher.
That should. Definitely great information. But thanks again, Dr. Rosa Higgs, for coming and sharing your genius here. We really appreciate it. And genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Well, at this time, we would like to also mention that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or those K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship, or you can use your Cash App, and that's on the screen below. It says $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online as well at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. NC-100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, The Hello LLC, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
Follow Brand TV broadcast host Grant McGaw as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know. There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box. I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to haytI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Having a brand that resonates with so many people across the world is truly a phenomenon. But being the face of that brand that empowers people is something that I don't take for granted. It's actually way bigger than me. But it's when I hear those stories of what people had to overcome, that is what our brand is about. Resilience, persevering, and not giving up. Physically, mentally, or spiritually.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network, and my name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, California, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all the cities throughout the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about business. This week, we are hosting the literary edition of the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. Our next speaker, Attica J. Torrance, will be doing a fireside chat with Miss Eartha Watts Hicks. Attica J. Torrance is a two-time Emmy Award nominated producer, Television Academy Awards recipient, an award-winning director, an actor, screenplay writer, novelist, and a film industry veteran for over 20 years of experience. Attica's 2 Emmy nominations and Television Academy Honors Award came from the 6-part docuseries he produced entitled Rest in Power, the Trayvon Martin Story. Rest in Power was executive produced by Jay-Z and the parents of Trayvon Martin, Sabrina Fulton, and Tracy Martin. Most recently, Attica was taped by Cocktails Production to produce and direct the entire Show Up, Turn Out voting campaign for the 2021 New York City primary elections. Attica created a curriculum that was taught at Long Island University's Brooklyn campus with famed actor Malik Yoba. The class entitled The Working Actor with Malik Yoba was also produced as a live event and television pilot for the NBC Universal entitled The Working Actor with Malik Yoba Monologue Slam. Attica is the founding partner and producer of the Brooklyn FAM, Film Arts and Media Conference, along with the actor Jamie Hector, which is a 3-day conference held in the heart of Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, at Restorations Plaza, historic Billie Holiday Theater. The Brooklyn FAM Conference, formerly known as the Bed-Stuy Crown Heights Film Festival, brings out the who's who in Brooklyn's thriving film arts and media community. Always creating, innovating, Attica just wrapped up production on his latest feature film and is currently in post-production in preparation for a successful festival run. During the height of COVID-19 pandemic, Attica produced and narrated a mini doc called Vacant, Not Vanquished about New York City's during the COVID-19 pandemic and sold out of his special limited edition novel, Brooklyn Bred, a 90s Brooklyn story, which is coming-of-age story about a young man's plight growing up in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn in the early 90s. Upon selling out of the special limited edition copies, the paperback version has become required reading for the New York City's Education Department's My Brother's Keeper program. I present to you Attica J. Torrance and Miss Eartha Watts Hicks.
Great job.
Hey, genius is coming. And I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you
so much for that opening. Great job.
Well, hello, Attica. It's great to see you.
Wow. Hello to you. And thank you for having me. It's great to be here with you. I'm honored.
Thank you so much. Now, my first question is, I've heard of people going from novel to film or novel to television, and rarely have I heard it done in reverse, which you have done very successfully. So please tell us what that journey was about, what inspired you to do it that way.
Wow. Well, primarily because of what you said, most people go from novel to film. So as a filmmaker, as a writer, a screenplay writer, I was writing a pilot. I wanted to write something that that was seen from the Brooklyn lens. I've seen a lot of stories out here, whether it's, I wanted to write a story about the 90s in Brooklyn. And, but I also realized you can write 1,000 screenplays and no one will ever call you a writer. An author. You don't get that type of credit to your name. And I'm from the era when authors had a lot of clout. We looked up to authors, and I'm like, I'm writing all these scripts, I'm making movies and writing all these other programs. And, but I'm not an author. So as I was writing the TV pilot, I switched gears primarily because of the reason you just elucidated. One is you can go from a novelist to a filmmaker, but rarely do people go from filmmaker to novelist. So rarely does a movie become a script. So when you think about it from a business perspective, you maximize your streams of income if you sell it as a novel and then turn it into a film.
Right.
Because if you make the film first, you kind of, to some degree, shut out the potential for a novel. And then the other thing is, if it's never made, it's like you never wrote it, right? So, it just goes and stashed on a shelf somewhere, or now in a hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to, from a writer perspective, I wanted to pay myself. And if the screenplay is not made, you don't get to pay yourself. But if it's turned into a novel, you can sell the novel and you can pay yourself very well by selling the novel. So that was my concept.
Right. So when did you first realize you had a passion for television and writing and filmmaking?
Okay, so I'm doing a lot to remain professional because I know you. So I'm gonna keep it one board. And I almost called your name. I knew you by a few years ago. I'm not gonna say how many, but a few. But yeah, so I've been a storyteller my whole life. My whole life. I grew up in the era of writing letters. So I've been a writer for a long time. I was raised in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Then my family moved to Liberia, West Africa. And in doing so, I had all of my friends here, my family, and I was writing constantly. And then, I've always been a storyteller. I mean, we've played games, in my house where we, charades, or whether, we were telling stories, with our bodies, or, all of those games. So when I decided to choose it as a career, I chose filmmaking. But I chose filmmaking not understanding how it's really just a part of being a storyteller. So as a filmmaker, oftentimes people ask you what kind of films you make, and I'm not just a narrative filmmaker, which feature films, when people think of feature films, that's narrative filmmaking. I'm also a documentarian. I make documentaries, I make animations, I'm a voiceover artist as well, so I'm a storyteller, Eartha, and this the process of becoming an author was just so simple to me because I'm still writing a story, right? So you write your story beginning, middle, and end. You go back, and they say 95% of writing is rewriting. So you go back in and you edit it and you edit it and you edit it and you get it to an editor, and then you publish it. Like that's the process. It's it's the same process to some degree with the screenplay. You just take that and you get it to someone that can finance it. That's the only difference. In this case, I self-published, and I've done the same with my films. So I've always been a storyteller, and I became a filmmaker when I went to school for film in 1996. When I went back to school for film in 1996 and learned the craft.
Wow. So as a filmmaker, who were your greatest inspirations and influences as a filmmaker, and as a author, who were your literary inspirations?
So filmmaking is hands down Spike Lee. Like there's no comparison to, I'm not going to say no comparison, but when it speaks to influence, Spike Lee's influence on me as a filmmaker, because he's also a writer, and he's an actor, and he's a director and a producer, and he's from that tribe of whatever needs to be done, we do it. Another amazing filmmaker who's also an amazing writer is Sylvester Stallone.
Oh yeah.
Sylvester Stallone's monologues are unmatched.
Yeah.
When that man is delivering that monologue, the words are one aspect of it, and his ability to draw you into it is another one.
Yeah.
One-liners, he has many of them. So Sylvester Stallone is one of my favorite filmmakers, and those are the two, that's the apotheosis of the game, though, right there, as it relates to creativity. They've been doing it for so long, and they've been so successful at it. But I am also, I support everybody that's out there making films, because that's one of the most challenging undertakings you will encounter, in independent filmmaking. So everybody gets love from me. I'm not the guy. Even if I don't like your film, you still get love. But I love so many people who I can name that many people don't know, because I'm in the independent world as well, and many people know the mainstream. So I just give everybody love. From the author perspective, one of my favorite books was The Education of Sonny Carson. And the reason why that was one of my favorite books is because he was close to me, my family. I used to call him Uncle Sonny, right? So it was realistic. The ability to become an author was realistic to me. And I know this is a bit controversial, but I'm going to say it. One of the first books I read from cover to cover was Fatherhood by Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, his ability to create stories, whether it was the television side, whether it was on stage, whether it was the children's stories. We grew up with those stories. And in this particular instance, I'm separating the man from the controversy. But the reality is, one of the first books I ever read outside of a classroom setting that wasn't a comic book was Fatherhood by Bill Cosby. And it made me read a couple more of his books because of the way his stories were delivered. They weren't delivered as though it was an inculcation. It was delivered as though it was entertainment, and he was dropping gems in it. So, but anybody that's out there, I mean, I could go to all the, all the popular authors that people know, but they already know them. So it doesn't make sense in doing that. But Sonny Carson's book moved me. Bill Cosby's book was one of the first books I've ever read that's outside of a classroom setting and that wasn't a comic book. And then, all the other authors that we had to read, whether it was the Isis Papers or Walking with a Panther or Rich Dad, Poor Dad, all of those fall in place.
Oh, yeah. Now, I only recently learned that Sylvester Stallone actually wrote Rocky. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's monumental. And he really, really doesn't get enough credit for his writing and what he does to a movie script. He doesn't. Now,
his pen game is sick.
Oh yeah, really, really is, and he put a lot of drudgery into it to learn how to do it and to be meticulous about doing it the way he wants to. The rewrites, revisions, he is an inspiring story for those who look up his story and actually watch, because I think there's a documentary on Netflix now that goes into his background on filmmaking that is just as inspiring, if not more inspiring, than the movie Rocky itself. So
I believe I want to say, well, inspiration comes how it comes, right? So whoever gleans inspiration from the movie, I can't say one is better than the other, but for my sensibilities, his story is more inspirational than the movie, because the movie doesn't happen without a story, right? Like, if you think about the filmmakers I named, they did it in spite of the odds. If you think about the Tyler Perry's, Love Him or Hate Him, Spike Lee, Love Him or Hate Him, Sylvester Stallone, they did it, they bet on themselves. And that's the mentality. The second principle of Kwanzaa is Kuji Chakulia, self-determination. You bet on yourself. And that's the world that I live in. And that's why I say I can name a whole bunch of other filmmakers, but those are the ones who I really lean to because they're also writers.
Right. And then Spike Lee was Brooklyn all day. He brought the culture, hip hop culture, to film when hip hop culture was not that popular with anyone outside of it. And then he put us on the big screen and put in all the things that would appeal to us, and those of us who are part of Generation X. He pushed all of our buttons with the language and the phrases and the clothing and the Jordans and the Dookie ropes. He just threw it all in there. And then he said, you know what? I got you college students too, and came back and hit us with School Days. So, he made us visible, as in our generation. He made us visible in a way that we didn't have to. And I'm going to say it this way, and please forgive me. We did not have to pretend to be as sophisticated as those who came before us. We could just be ourselves, do ourselves, and appreciate ourselves as is. And that's why I love Spike Lee's work.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. I can do a whole piece on the admiration I have for that man and his work. I've had the pleasure of working with him, you know, I several times, and yeah, he had a knack for bringing real life to the screen, and the different levels of real life. So, and the fact that he's a writer, and I keep saying this because I got to go back to that. You know, the least expensive aspect of the film industry or theater industry or the publishing industry, the least expensive aspect of it is writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything else costs money.
Right.
No one can stop anybody from writing.
Right.
So it starts there. No film starts without writing. TV shows don't start without writing. So that's what it is for me.
Now, was it a struggle? Because I'm going to say this. I know as a novelist how much of a struggle it is to go from writing a novel to writing a screenplay or even a treatment to a screenplay. It was a struggle. Even when I saw the format, it was still a struggle because I'm passionate about the details and the nuances. Now, for you, coming from screenwriter to novelist, was that a struggle for you, or did it just flow?
It just flowed. It wasn't a struggle because I think the formatting aspect of it is more technical when it's a screenplay or a treatment or a synopsis or an extended treatment, all the things, right? So being a novelist, you just write the story, and then there is technique and skill to it, but you just get the story out. And even I'm used to the process because as a filmmaker, I don't edit the story as I'm writing it. I write it. I write it fully, and then I go back in and chip away at it and edit it and then change and amend and all of those things. So I think for me, it just flowed because, I wrote what I know. I wasn't writing a story that I don't know, so I didn't have to do research on it or anything. I just needed to structure it a certain way, but I was used to it. My training from screenplay writing made it a pretty simple transition.
Wow. Now, my next question, documentarian. I'm gonna say it this way. I've written a press release about Black Lives Matter situation that occurred in Temecula, California. And even though it wasn't my child, I was heartbroken writing every word. How was it working with the family of Trayvon Martin and bringing their story to life? And how did you keep yourself upbeat through that process? Because I know that had to have been a rough journey, just dealing with and understanding what they were experiencing as a dad yourself.
Wow, it's still a heavy topic to discuss because no matter what we're discussing, no matter the accolades, no matter what, we're talking about a child that was murdered, right? So even to this day, several years later, from the actual murder, several years later from doing a project, as you asking me the question, I'm going back there and realizing that no matter what you do, you handle this conversation with that as the North Star. Like he was a human being, and he was somebody's child. He was two people's child, right? So during that process, it was definitely very challenging. Prior to doing that, I worked on, not as a producer, but I worked on as one of the lead technicians of Time, the Khalif Browder story. Are you familiar with that, Doc? Yeah. So I got cordial with Khalif's mother, Mrs. Browder, and I went to the house where he lived, and I went, to the room where he eventually hung himself. So I had done that project prior to doing the Trayvon Martin project, and Trayvon wasn't any easier. So I realized one of the things that kept me grounded and sane, so to speak, was the fact that the story needed to be told properly. And it needed to be told through a certain lens. Right. And it wasn't always being told from that lens. There were several times I had to pound the table and stand up in the room and say, nah, we ain't doing that. And it put it like this. Realistically, in real life, everybody that was affiliated or associated with Trayvon Martin's story, the murder of it, has been changed forever. Yeah. And I mean that. I don't mean by, that was a police officer that investigated. No, people died, people committed suicide, people had heart attacks. Everybody who came close to that project has been changed forever. And the people who worked on it have been as well. Yeah, the people who worked on it have been as well. I knew when we got to Goldsboro, Sanford, Florida, I knew we were dealing with something bigger than us, something bigger than that moment. We had the to some an unenviable task, but to me, the honor to be the harbingers for this story, to bring this story to life, and we had to do it properly. And I believe we did that, and it wasn't easy. But being the only Black producer on the project, I had to keep that as the North Star often.
Right. Yeah, because I'm going to say this. When I saw Trayvon in that hoodie, Trayvon was the same complexion as my son, face shape the same, amount of hair on his head the same. My son is always in a hoodie. So I was stunned in following what was going on. I was stunned out of all of the tally, and I call them the Grand Black Tally. Out of all of the tally, Trayvon Martin and Sandra Bland rest with me because they remind me of my own. And it allowed me to see that those, and I'm going to say them as in the powers that be, rather than to assign blame to any one general populace, because there were very specific people that worked this situation into what it was. But they don't understand that these are our babies.
They do. They do. There's a reason why if a lion sees a hyena cub, it'll kill it. There's a reason why. They know they're our babies. There's no way you roll up on a Tamir Rice in a park playing with a toy gun in an open carry state, and within 2 seconds, you kill them. Right. Like, they know they're our babies, but they also know that babies become adults. They know that. Don't give them any outs. They know that. There's a reason why a lion will see a hyena cub and kill it. And sometimes they don't kill them, they cripple them. And we've seen, there's proof that animals beasts of the wild will protect an infant. There was a thing a child fell into a zoo over the gate, and a gorilla went and picked the child up and kind of nursed it. And I remember the news said the gorilla was acting humane. Interesting choice of words, right? The gorilla was acting humane, right? But human beings are the only animals that allow their logic to supersede their instincts. The gorilla was acting instinctively, right? And so yeah, they know full well. And when you interview some of them folks, you understand that they know full well. We had to bifurcate our production team because we had to have whites and blacks, because we didn't want black people going to visit the racist people so they could give us the full stories. So we sent the white team in there so they could talk, oh, them niggers and them. Oh, absolutely. It's Florida, baby. They call it the armpit of the country. It's right in the panhandle, that Florida armpit. Yeah, and yeah, we had to bifurcate our production team to send the white crew to one side and the black crew stay back sometimes so we can get the true story, because they know exactly what they're talking about.
Wow. So what was it like filtering through that footage?
Oh, that was the simple part. Filtering through it, I was taking notes during shooting. I took a lot of notes during shooting and stamped them, and stamping meaning with time code. And so when we got back to the edit suites, they requested my notes and someone else's notes. And then the editors have a great sensibility of storytelling, and the directors are editors as well. So the directors was really good with pulling that together. But sifting through the footage was fine. Listening to it over again was fine. But being in the moment and listening to it was challenging, because we had people retelling the story. One of the stories, here's a story that someone can do a multi-level documentary on. Rachel Gentile. Rachel Gentile was Trayvon Martin's friend. She was the one that was on the phone with him. That girl's story, I hope that I can bring that to life. I hope that I can bring that to life, because the way she was handled and mishandled and treated as a hostile witness, the first time. So initially when they call, I don't even know, should we go into this, or are you going to switch gears? Because this is a whole world of its own.
Let's switch gears.
Yeah,
because this is getting into deep spaces, deep water. And all right, so let's circle back to your independent publishing journey. That like for you, with all of your experience in filmmaking, which is totally familiar, entering into the new space of books and publishing and design, and having a vision for your work and making sure your work as an independent publisher meets your vision.
Yeah, well, so it's an interesting story because, again, Spike Lee, Sylvester Stallone, people who bet on themselves, Tyler Perry, those are the people who I admire as filmmakers, right? So it's the same in the book journey. So when I was writing the book, when I was getting to a place when the manuscript was done and I was doing all the stuff to get it wrapped in a nice little bow, I spoke with friends. I spoke with people who had books published through some of the larger publishers, and all the stuff they told me, was basically saying, dissuaded me from going with a publisher, because they was telling me as a first-time novelist, you'd be lucky if you get 20 grand up front, and then, they'll sell your book, and, once they get their 20 grand back, they'll drop the price and it'll be selling for $2 at Walmart, or, so a friend of mine broke it. So several people told me that the money that they would give me was so minimal that I was like, I can get that myself. I don't need them for that. So a friend of mine told me his journey went like this. He said, so this is what they do. The big publishers buy books in bulk, right? So it costs less. So if they buy 10,000 books, right? I'm just giving round numbers so the math is easy. If they buy 10,000 books at $1 a piece, if you buy 5,000 books, it'll probably be at $3 a piece. Independent publishers not even buying 1,000, right? They might be buying 500, depending on the event or whatever. So those books cost more. They're like $4 or $5 a piece, right? So an independent publisher will buy books at 10,000 a piece. They'll give you a $20,000 advance to sell, to bring you on, right? If they sell 2,000 books for $10 each, they made their money back. Now they're looking for they made the money that they gave you. Now they're looking for the money that it cost them to print it and edit it and all that stuff, right? So they may sell 2,000 and now they got an extra 20 grand. So now they're in the black. They're good, right? They made their money, right? Now they got 6,000 books left. Well, if Ta-Nehisi Coates drops his book and Michelle Obama drops her book and you're selling to black people, they may just say, you know what, you have no wins there. So what they do now is they drop the price of your book for $1.99 or $2.99, and then everything else that they get now is gravy because they already made their money back. And then they got to get rid of the storage space because your book is also taking up space wherever they're storing your book. So they get it out of their rooms and into the shelves. This what was told to me. So even if they sell those next 6,000 books for $3 a piece, that's an additional $18,000. So if they believe in you, then they won't do that. But if they don't know you and they don't believe in you, so they'll do that. And what happens is when you're on these panels and things of that nature, you're dragging your books around.
Can you say that part again? If Michelle Obama,
like if because she dropped her book around the same time that I released mine, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't tracking who was dropping. But if Ta-Nehisi Coates and Michelle Obama or whoever, if Jay-Z drops his book, then they consider yours a loss, right? Because the money, the $20 that people are going to spend on a book, is not coming to you. It's going to Jay-Z or Michelle Obama or Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? So what happens is now you're touring, traveling with your books in tow, and as your books are in tow, you're selling your books for $20, but people have got these things in their hands now, right? So they go on Amazon and they realize they can get your book for $2.99. They're not even buying them from you anymore. So what I did was I created my book. I created a special limited edition. I decided to sell them for $100 each. I sold 500 copies of them, made $50,000. So I paid myself to write the book more than any other publisher would have paid me, right? One of the people who read my book, bought the special limited edition copy, is the Deputy Commissioner of Education for New York State. He read the book and said, this needs to be in our program. He asked me if I had the paperback. I created the paperback version, and I was selling those by the hundreds to the New York City and New York State Board of Ed, My Brother's Keeper program. And that's how I did. That's how I did my self-publishing journey. That was it. Yeah.
Right. And that was smart. That was really smart. Really, really smart. Because I know when it comes to books in like mainstream bookstores, right? Not only is that one independent author, or that let's not even say independent, that one debut author, debut novelist, not only are they competing against everyone else in the genre, everyone else in African American books, so they're competing like me, novelist, women's fiction. I'm competing against women's fiction. I'm competing against African American books, but in a mainstream publishing house, like not mainstream bookstore like Barnes and Nobles, what's visible is the spine of the book. There's no prominent placing. So they're not placed on the tabletops with the easel and the giant poster with the cork backing. And, there's no banners around the store or merch to kind of give life to what you're doing with the book. Meanwhile, there are posters and signage for Ta-Nehisi Coates and Michelle Obama and everything else. And they don't even pull your book out for Black History Month.
No, I learned that remember, I came from film. My first films, I go back to the Blockbuster days. We would walk in a Blockbuster and you would see shelf space matters. Shelf space matters. Like, I don't care if you walk in the mall and you're looking at watches. Placement of watches matter. How many watches they have there matters. If they have 6 watches in a row, that's more than, let's just say Rolex has 6 watches here in the center. They want you to look at that. If they have 2 Guess watches over here and 1 Michael Kors over here, it's not that Michael Kors don't have 6 watches, that he's not getting the shelf space placement that Rolex is getting. It's the same with movies. When we were at Blockbuster, it was the same, you know, and it's the same with books. You know, your placement goes to where they believe they can make the most money. And if they don't believe in you, or if you're not selling the way the others are selling, then you're just not gonna get the visibility. So what I did, the only place you can buy my book other than with me is in the places that I place them. I place them in stores. And then I have the ebook on Amazon for those who are interested in the ebook rather than the hard copy. But I place them in some of my friends' stores and they sell from there, you know, and then I sell them myself through my website. And right now, everything I get now is just extra because when I first sold the first round, the first 500 for $100 each, I was good. Everything else is gravy, you know. And now I'm going into schools and speaking to. I've been doing speaking engagements with schools and speaking about the book because apparently it was good. You know, somebody liked it, so you know, I'm benefiting from that still. I have a speaking engagement coming up about the book, a paid speaking engagement about the book to a bunch of high school students. And yeah, so I just wanted to bet on me. And the unfortunate thing is I dropped a special limited edition book during COVID in 2020. I didn't expect COVID to happen, but the books were on the way. They were, you know, and I sold them then. It took me a little longer because of COVID. Some people were getting laid off and money was funny. But the book sold. It took me a year to sell 500 books when I wanted to sell it in a summer, you know. But, you know, they say man plans and God laughs. So we adjust, right? But it took, but still what I did was culturally, it was a cultural phenomenon, especially in Brooklyn. Like people was like, "Yo, I need that book. I need that book," and it became a social media thing, you know. And yeah, my man, who's an attorney, said, "Yo, you know, I never paid this much for a book since law school," you know. But they bought them for $100 each, and I thought that was a cool way to jump to my foray into the literary space.
Right, and it gave you a chance to be in control of the whole process for the whole sales cycle. So that's inspiring, and it also shows how we can empower ourselves in these situations. We don't necessarily have to stick to that same blueprint.
Now you believe in yourself and bet on yourself, and more importantly, people like to jump on moving vehicles. They don't like to push the car. They like to jump on moving trains. They don't like to they need the energy. So if you're moving with or without them and other people are talking about your project, you know, you never know where that's going to lead as it relates to, you know, investors and financiers, you know, so yeah, bet on you always.
Wow. Wow. So other than bet on you, what advice would you give the newbie?
What kind of newbie? Like a writer?
Well, see, now we're dealing with 2 different areas now. Let's talk about the newbie filmmaker and let's talk about the newbie novelist.
I think that the information is the same. Novelists, right? Nothing can stop you from writing. If you're a novelist and you're not writing, you're not a novelist. I don't even want to talk to you. I don't even want to talk to you. If you tell me you wrote a manuscript and you need help getting it to its book form, that's one thing. But if it's like, hey, I'm a writer, yeah, well, what do you have? Well, I haven't done anything yet. You're not a writer because there's no reason why you shouldn't be writing if you're a writer. So if you're a writer, write stories. I'm crafting. I have several books in the works now. One of them is called At True Brooklyn Stories. Attica is my name. They call me at True Brooklyn Stories, and I started this from writing stories on Facebook. Right. So now it's becoming an actual illustrated book. Right. The stories. So if you're a writer, write. That's it. Like just write stories, tell stories, and get better at it. You know, and then when you have a manuscript, a story from beginning, middle, and end, it don't have to be great. Write bad stories. Just write. And then it's interesting because as a producer, I'm switching gears here. I did a master class with David Mamet. I produced David Mamet's master class, and he spoke about writing and writing bad stories. Just write. That's my information for writers. Filmmakers, just make movies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, use this.
Right.
Make a movie, shoot a scene, get your friends together. You know, shoot a comedy scene, shoot a drama scene, shoot the squirrels in the park, and edit it. Edit that. Shoot birds. You know, and tell a story. Like I'm a storyteller.
Mm-hmm.
Like if on my website, there's mini documentaries, there are trailers for full documentaries, there are short films. They're like I'm a storyteller. I'm a creative director for an ad agency. You know, like there are no bounds to what stories I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
You know, here's the last thing. It's almost like the Nike thing. Just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Just do it. Like you can make a movie literally on this, and this is an Android, and there's some Android hate going on, but you can make a movie on an Android, an iPhone, an iPad. So just do it, man. That's it, and just get better. If you were going to school, if you wanted to be an engineer, I'd say go to school.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You want to be a doctor, I'd say go to school. You want to be a writer, write.
Right. You're right. You're right.
You want to be a filmmaker, make movies. That's and like Rakim says, simple ain't it, but quite clever. Just do it. Just do it.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that's really, really funny is we have women's fiction, right? African American women's fiction, contemporary fiction, right? And for a number of years, we had Black men entering into the women's fiction space, right? So we had Eric Jerome Dickey, we had Omar Tyree, and then somewhere in the 90s, I remember Omar Tyree doing a book called Just Say No, which was a brotherhood story.
What do you mean entering the women's fiction space?
Meaning that most of the books that were popular for African American audiences were women's fiction if they were not nonfiction. So there was nonfiction and there was women's fiction. There was the Terry McMillans, the Connie Briscoe, the Tina McElroy Ansa. There was Alice Walker. These were all women's, predominantly protagonists were women fiction stories. You know?
Gotcha. So the protagonist is a woman.
Right. So when we have a male protagonist, right, at the core of his own story that is not necessarily centered around a woman, but centered around his own process of sorting through these feelings and experiences. And then we have that told from a male perspective, from the perspective of a Black man telling his truth or bringing his own truth, even if it's through the voice of another character. That particular part of it is more rare. We had The Pursuit of Happiness, which was a memoir piece. And then there was also 10 Seconds, I believe it was called, which was a piece about a track star and dealing with his track journey, sports journey, and also parenting. So I think that just like we have women's fiction, we need a category or genre of Black men's fiction. What do you think? What are your feelings on that?
I respectfully disagree, my friend. I just think we need stories. We need fiction. We need nonfiction, and let the chips fall where they may. Like, I don't need to be lured to a woman's story because the title of the genre is women's fiction. If I see a riveting book cover and I pick it up and turn it over and read the synopsis, then I mean, like we why get so granular with it? I mean, it's a story. Like, like, just, it's a story. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it from a myopic perspective, but I believe women are great writers, men are great writers, women have great stories, men have great stories, where men are the protagonists and the antagonists, and women are protagonists. And I just made a movie about a woman and a man. It's called Sins of the Father, and it's gonna come out in 2024 for its festival run. The lead character was a woman. It was about her relationship to a man, her father, but it was about a woman. And like, I don't know. I know in some cases the sensibilities of women are more appropriate than men, and in some cases the sensibilities of men in certain stories are more appropriate than women. Like, there was a time when I could tell whether a woman directed a sex scene or a man in a movie. There was a time I could tell. Men were more like abrupt and like wild out. Women's were more soft and intimate. And I guess men caught on to that, and so did women, and they started adjusting. Men started being a little more soft, and it's like you can always tell when a man directed a sex scene at one point. So I think we all grow. I think I don't think splitting hairs between women's fiction and men's fiction is necessary. I think dope is dope. You know what I'm saying? I think clearly we have some amazing women literary giants, and like, why? I don't know the benefit to the separation. I don't know. I just think it's all like, this is a dope book.
Right. I mean, and the only reason why I made or I noticed is because there are very, very few bookstores that are dedicated to, or there are very, very few bookstores that have a dedicated African American book section, unless you're going to an independent bookstore.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just business, right? There are very few Black Fortune 500 companies, right? That's just business. That's just what it is. There are very few Black luxury car dealerships there's a lot of used Black car dealerships, but that's just business. But how do we change that is, with the Black Business Network, and figuring out the void and filling it, and seeing if there's an actual opportunity there, or is the bookstore a dinosaur at this point? Like, I don't know. Like, I hope not, but it's just really realizing that that's just the way of the world. Like, how many Black television networks can you name? Like, there's BET, which is relatively not Black. There's Rio, and there's Urban One, TV One, and so there are very few Black television networks. When you turn your TV on, you got 9,000 cable channels. How many of them are Black owned? It's the same. It's the same. It's in every single genre. Because the reality is there's very few Black people in the world, in the United States. It's 13% from what I last heard, right? So from that perspective alone, it's going to be few, because even if it matched, which it never does, but even if it matched the 13%, you know, there are very few Black-owned bookstores that are mainstream. I don't know any mainstream Black-owned bookstores.
No, I only know of independent Black-owned bookstores.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's just the world we live in, where we are really just 13% of the population.
Yeah. Yeah.
Last I checked.
Yeah, I know Sisters Uptown Bookstore and Cultural Center in Harlem on Amsterdam Avenue on 156.
Yeah.
There's the Schomburg Bookshop, which is in Harlem on 135th Street in the corner. There is the Source of Knowledge Bookstore, which is, I think that's in Newark, New Jersey. Then there is Uncle Bobby's Bookstore, which is owned by Lamont Hill, and that's in Philadelphia.
That's in Philly. Yeah, and then, you know, Talib owns a bookstore. He owns Nkiru Books online. Yeah, online. It's an online bookstore called Nkiru Books. Nkiru. You know, like there's several. Like, we're gonna get our stories out. Mainstream ain't always the end goal. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get our goal is to get the stories to the people. You know what I'm saying? Our goal is to get the stories to the audience. And, you know, who knows? Mainstream may not even be certain audiences. Maybe you good with that 100,000 or 200,000 book sales right there, as opposed to getting the millions. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you what, though, if you own your own distribution and you sell 10 books, you sell books for $10 and you sell 100,000 of them, you all right.
Right. You're right about that.
You all right. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to be the New York Times bestseller, because guess what? Just recently, Tyler Perry won an honorary Academy Award. Honorary. He's never won an Oscar or, you know, Tony for any of his plays. This dude is a billionaire. He don't care. He just built the biggest soundstage in the country. You know what I'm saying? He don't care that y'all not giving him. You just do the work.
Right.
Because everything else is a byproduct of the work. The work is not a byproduct of the other stuff. I don't care if it's the red carpets, the fact that I'm sitting here right now. I don't sit here and then go write my first book. No, I write my book and then I sit here, right? So everything is a byproduct of the work. Control what you can control and let the rest go. And what you can control is you can write, you can create.
And you know, it's so funny because you said control what you can control and let the rest go. When you speak of Tyler Perry, the funny thing about it is, and I say this as a creative, right? He hung in there when more people have bootleg copies of his movies than actual copies. And he hung in there.
But the people who like bootleg movies don't go to the movies. Right? That ain't for them. But they talking about it, and they talking to the people who go to the movies.
Right.
It's not a negative. It's not a negative. You know what I mean? Like, people that paid $2 for a DVD ain't paying $18 for a movie ticket. That's not the audience.
Right. And then they were the people that were bootlegging his movies were sneaking into his plays and filming them and selling them on the street.
Good.
So that
you know why? Because you pay people to do that. It's called advertising. You pay people to come in and shoot your film and advertise it. You ain't have to pay them. That's good. You know the most successful commercial in this year's Super Bowl? Did you watch the Super Bowl?
No, I did not watch the Super Bowl.
I'll send you a link. Kanye did a Super Bowl commercial from his phone.
Oh, wow.
And he said, I spent all this money on my Super Bowl on my Super Bowl spot, so I couldn't spend any money on a commercial. They said he spent $7 million on his time slot and shot the commercial on his phone. From a metrics perspective, he's earned tens of millions of dollars already because of that commercial.
Wow.
Look, we have a lot of us have been tricked into proximity, right? We want to be the one next to the shit that's popping, right? Just do the work. Just do the work and find your audience. There's a million people in this world that like what you do.
Right.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. There's a million people in this world that like what you do. Do what you do and find your tribe. And you don't got to care about the close to 8 billion plus people. You need the 1 million that like what you do.
Right.
That's all you need. And trust me, I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is you do. There's a million people on this earth that like it.
Right. Right.
People be like, why is she wearing that? That's ugly.
Mm-hmm.
There's a million people that got that. There's a million people that like that. Why she with him? He ugly. Well, he got a wife. Somebody else like him. Don't worry about what you can't control. The serenity prayer is your friend. The serenity prayer is your friend. Do what you can, accept what you can't, and know the difference.
Right. The wisdom to know the difference.
Because you don't want to be banging your head against the wall. That ain't for you. Can't nobody stop me from writing, Eartha. Nobody. Can't nobody stop me from putting books out. I got another book right now. My second novel is going through its review stage. And once it's reviewed, I'll get notes and I'll figure out what to do next. But it will be dropping this year.
Wow.
And my children's book series is dropping, and that's being illustrated right now too. You know, and not only that, I'm doing something very different. I should probably keep that under the lid. But yeah, I have something else popping with my children's book, you know, and then I have the storybook, the True Brooklyn Stories that I told you about. You know why? Because it cost me nothing to write.
Right.
Why are you not writing? Right. It costs more to cook a meal than it does to write.
Right.
It's more inconvenient to go to the supermarket than it is to sit down in your room and write. And you don't need an iPad, an iMac, or anything to write. Just write.
Mm-hmm. You got a good point there, Attica. Now, please let our listeners know, our audience know where we can connect with you, where we can purchase your books, and how we can follow you on social media.
Cool. So, first and foremost, it's like I am like just. This is called controlled blushing because I'm just happy to be here with you. It just like it means a great deal. Like, and I'm not just saying that because we're here. I'm sitting here, and it just come over me to say that. Like, it's great to see you. It's great to see you doing what you're doing, you and Marak, and it's great that Dr. Kelly created this platform. But on a purely, you know, like solipsistic note, like a selfish note, I'm just honored that you're the one that's here with me. So we've known each other for a long time. So yeah, that's a personal thing. My name, as it's here, is Attica J. Torrance. That's as it is everywhere. That's Attica J. Torrance on Facebook, at Attica J. Torrance on Instagram. My website is atticajtorrance.com. I'm Attica J. Torrance everywhere. On my website, there's a tab called At the Top Publishing, which is my publishing company. And that's my nickname turned into an acronym, ATT, At the Top Publishing. And at the toppublishing.com is where you can buy my book, Brooklyn Bred, a 90s Brooklyn story, which I wrote that one and to turn into a television show. So my goal is to, once the second one is done, to package the two of them and pitch for a television show. So stay tuned. All of my projects that I create have legs beyond that one. And as I spoke to you before about, one is being illustrated. The goal is to turn that into an animated project. And, you know, this one, the goal is to turn into a television series. And it's going to happen.
Now, I got to ask you this before you go. Please tell me about the 2 Emmy nominations.
Well, I didn't even think that was a big deal because they're nominations and that means you didn't win. But apparently, you know, the mainstream world speaks about it. So I added it to my bio, which the sister did a great job reading my bio. I forgot about all that stuff because that's bio is kind of dated, but I appreciate her as well. It was for the Trayvon Martin docuseries. We went to the Emmys and the New York the Emmys at Lincoln Center, and the project that beat us, you know, I don't. The project that won the Emmy, I'm not. It was a good project, but it wasn't better than ours. I'd rather say it was better than ours. But what I've also learned about award shows is it's the flavor of the month, right? So if you make the best documentary, let's just say you make the best documentary about, you know, a man overcoming odds, right? If the flavor of the month in that particular moment is Black Girls Rock and Women's Power, that women's doc is going to beat yours. If the flavor of the month is global warming, then that global warming doc is going to beat yours. You know, like if the flavor of the month is homosexuality, right? We want to put a beautiful light on homosexuality. Then that documentary about that gay couple navigating this world, they're going to win because that's just the flavor of the month. That's what I've learned about these award shows. Like whatever the flavor of the month is, typically wins, unless of course there's some quid pro quo involved. Unless like somebody is paying for, you know, like, and you know, and they pay in different ways. Like for instance, this is totally hypothetical. I didn't hear this, but if they want Jay and Beyonce to come to the award show because that boosts the level of the awards, then Jay may say, I ain't coming because I ain't winning nothing. And then all of a sudden, Jay and Beyonce will win an award. I'm not saying they did that. I'm just saying, but that's how the game is played. So when I looked at it and I was like, you wanna, if you don't win it, you want to say, yeah, I can see that one winning. But when you win it to something that you're like, that was just a different story, as opposed to speaking about a white man killing a black child, you know, you're just like, eh. So we was nominated, I believe, for best documentary, and we was nominated for best editing or storytelling, something like that. 2 nominations in the same exact Emmy. I don't remember which number it was, but we won a Television Academy Honors Award for that. I've also won Telly Awards. I've won BET Lens on Talent when the BET was doing their Lens on Talent thing. I won a award for a film that I made in 48 hours, and I won several film festival awards over the years. So, but that was from an accolades perspective, the Television Academy Award and the Emmy nominations tend to ring bells in some rooms.
Now, there are the accolades, there are the awards. What resonates most with you of your creative art, your vision, your work, and your process?
The fact that I've locked into who I am and what drives me, and I'm not chasing what drives others. There's a word called hackseity. It's HAECCEITY, and it basically means that thing that makes you you, right? That unique thing that makes you you, that snowflake thing that there's no other, that fingerprint thing, right? So once you tap into that, for me, when I was able to tap into that and just create and tell myself yes, when I think something, I do it. Just that simple. I wasn't an author in 2018. I wasn't an author in 2019, but I was a writer. I became an author in 2020 because I said I wanted to. I started a clothing line in 2020 because I said I wanted to. You know, I made another movie in 2020 because I said I wanted to. I produced and was a voice for a documentary, Vacant Not Vanquished, because I wanted to. Like I'm not I tap into that thing that makes me me, and that thing that makes me me keeps me going. And that's when I was able to really, silence the noise and put the blinders on, and just move forward. I'm always writing. I'm always writing. So, something is afoot at the moment, like I'm always writing. And as soon as I'm done with one project, I'm on to the next because, these ideas don't stop. So I forgot the question, but I was on to something, but tapping into that thing that makes me me, I wish everybody could do that sooner.
Right. Right.
Sooner.
Right.
Like it took me quite some time to do that. And even though I knew it, I heard it again, I was overriding my instincts because what I felt, who I was, wasn't cool, or who I was different often. And I hid behind popularity, and I hid behind, what other people wanted me to do. But, you know, as you know, from very recent activities, I'm at the point where, hey, maybe this ain't the one for me. There are times when you sit there, and I'm definitely okay with that.
Wow. Well, thank you, Attica, for spending time with us and sharing your story and your inspirations and your creativity, your art, and just the magnificence with what you do and how you do it. Thank you, Attica. And thank you.
Yeah. Well, special thanks to you too, Eartha Watts Hicks, for doing this great fireside chat. Attica, I just have a few more questions for you, if you don't mind.
I don't.
Okay. All right. So the first question is, do you produce autobiographies by any chance?
I haven't, but that doesn't mean I won't. It has to be right.
Okay.
But autobiography, meaning there's a book written and produce it into a visual medium, television or film.
Yes, that would be correct.
I totally can. I just haven't.
You just haven't done it. Okay.
I haven't because it hasn't come my way.
All right. And if there was anyone out there that had any movie ideas or that was trying to work on their filming, as you said, they recorded some things and they wanted to get something to you to help produce, how would they do that? Or is that something that they can do?
They can if they have a budget attached.
Okay.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to get it to me if you don't have a budget attached, because I'm a writer as well, and all of my resources are going to make my movies. But if you have a budget attached and you want it produced, then we can do that.
Okay. All right. And then my last question, because you were talking about the hexicity. Is that what you had said?
It's called Hackceity. It's HAECCEITY.
HAECCATY?
EITY.
EITY. All right. Yes. So what would be, I guess, your advice or like a tip that you may have for someone that is trying to find or hone their hexicity?
Sit in your discomfort and become comfortable with it.
Sit in your discomfort and become comfortable with it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have put out.
There's some moments that you want to move because you're uncomfortable, but sit in it and then be real with you. Because when you sit in it, then you can assess it and you can say, why am I uncomfortable?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to be real with yourself, because that's how you learn what works for you. You may have fear of missing out, but why? You weren't invited to the party. Why? Why are you mad?
Why does it bother you?
Right. Sometimes you sit in that space, sit in your discomfort and be real with yourself and have a clique around you, whether it's your relatives. It don't have to be a big one. that will tell you the real. Sometimes it's you, but sit in that space, and when you become comfortable in that space, become comfortable in uncomfortable situations as well, because life is not always, you're the most important person in the world to you.
There you go.
You ain't the most important person in the world to me. You're the most important person in the world to you. So you got to come to grips with how you can be, how what you need is on the forefront and primary in how you get that, right? Because I'm not thinking about what you need and how to make you happy always. If your happiness doesn't coincide with my comfort.
That's true.
Right? So you need to figure that out. And I figured it out for me. I learned years ago that there are only 2 rules in life. Life is simple when you play by the rules, number 1. Number 2, you get to make the rules. Right? Earth's rules may not work for me. Your rules may not work for me. And mine may not work for you. But you got to figure out what works for you. And that's when you tap into that thing that makes you, that no one else can do. And you gotta love that. You gotta love that shit. You gotta sit in there and love it.
Now, I have one question, just piggybacking off of that, because now the books that have made our lives rich, like enriched our lives, like Invisible Man, books by Toni Morrison, by Walter Dean Myers, these are the books that are being banned. Alice Walker, these books are being banned. How do you feel, number one, having experienced the value of storytelling growing up, how do you feel about books now being banned that influence our culture and who we are?
I'm surprised it took this long. I'm surprised it took this long. That's it. Like, again, remember when you said they don't know that, or something along the lines that I'm paraphrasing, but that's a child? Yes, they do. And they know that child will become an adult. That's why they're banning the books. That's why you say the Pledge of Allegiance. That's why you sing a part of the national anthem. A Pledge of Allegiance there's a reason why people said it every time when they went to school. That started in boarding school. It started in boarding school when they took Native Americans and put them in a school, and it was their quotidian inculcation for them to say that every day. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. There's a reason why they did that. I'm surprised it took this long.
Wow.
That's it. I'm never surprised that racists are racist. I'm surprised that some people don't realize that they're walking amongst racists. That's what surprises me. I'm just surprised it took this long.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at all. There's a reason why they say Black women have a higher pain threshold. There's a reason why, medically, Black women have a higher pain threshold than white women. There's a reason why they say that. There's a reason why Black death during pregnancy is higher than other people. That's not hereditary. That's blood pressure. High blood pressure is not hereditary. Your habits maybe, but it's not. That doesn't pass down. There's a reason they tell us these things. All of these things is real. I don't know how long it's going to take for people to see. You got to realize where you are, and you got to realize why someone like George Zimmerman can get off from killing Trayvon Martin. You got to realize why that judge can put Khalif Browder in jail for no reason and get off. You got to realize why all of these things happened. And when you realize why all of these things happened, then you act and move accordingly. I'm not surprised that they're doing that. I'm just surprised it took this long.
Yeah.
And it didn't even take this long. It's just the flavor of the month. This is the topic of the day. Meaning, if someone did a documentary on that, it might win an Emmy. That's the topic of the day. That's the topic of the day. They banned books long ago.
Yep.
But they just didn't do it this clamorously. It wasn't this loud, but you have this guy, the Satan, is down there just because he understands. This started when people don't realize, this started when Barack Obama was running.
Mm-hmm.
Barack was on stage, Hillary Clinton's on stage, and I believe the dude's name was Howard Dean or something like that. I think he was running with them. I forgot the white dude's name, but it was him, Barack, and Hillary. And he said, look at me. The world is changing. I am no longer the majority. He's talking about him, the white man, sitting next to a white woman and a black man. All this stuff has been brewing. I'm never surprised that, racist people do what they do. I'm always surprised that other people are surprised that racist people are racist.
You're always surprised at the other reaction to what is known to be standard.
What are you talking about? Yes.
Yes.
Not surprised at all.
Well, I just want to say a special thanks again to Ms. Eartha Watts Hicks for hosting the fireside chat with Mr. Torrance. And thank you, Mr. Attica J. Torrance, for coming on the show. Dr. Kelly, really appreciate you spending the time. And he would like to say thank you, express his appreciation and his thanks to you as well. And thank you for sharing your expertise. Again, this has been Attica J. Torrance and Miss Eartha Watts Hicks.
It's been my absolute pleasure, and I love what y'all are doing. I'm glad Dr. Kelly is doing this. I'm glad you're doing it. It's a beautiful thing. So I'm looking forward to see what you have, what comes from this and all the other things you have going on. So. And I thank Mirak for having me as well.
Yes, I let her know.
Yes. Oh, well, thank you. Well, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you, guys. It's been awesome, Jules. All right. Well, thank you for joining us on a literary edition of the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use your Cash App, as it says on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024, NC-100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, The Hello LLC, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barber H LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shanai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carrie Jackson, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, California, New York, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This week, we are hosting a literary edition of the Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. Our next big speaker is Dr. Barbara Wright, the architect of dreams and funding maestro. Dr. Barbara Wright is the visionary founder of Certified Dream Builder Incorporated. It's a distinguished figure in grant writing, fund development, and educational training. With over 20 years of expertise, she has become an instrumental force in securing substantial funding for a variety of entities, amassing over $150 million in grants. Her career spans influential roles such as program manager for Housing Authority of Kansas City and grant manager for Kansas City Public Schools. Dr. Wright's innovative contributions to the field include the 1 Hour to Grant app, the Hour to Funds budget scaling app, along with her acclaimed Canvas grant writing system. These tools reflect her dedication to efficiency and effectiveness in grant writing. Her educational prowess is showcased in over 30 developed courses and their accompanying curriculums and workbooks covering essential grant-related topics. As a holder of a lifetime Missouri certification in business education, a bachelor's in business administration, a master's in education curriculum and instruction, and a PhD in religious education, Dr. Wright stands as a beacon of knowledge and inspiration. She is not just a grant writer, she is a transformational mindset motivational speaker, inspiring organizations to achieve their highest potential. Join Dr. Wright and the Certified Dream Builder Incorporated on a journey to visionary ideas and to funded realities. I present to you Dr. Barbara Wright. Dr. Barbara Wright?
Hello. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Oh, you are welcome, and genius is coming.
Yes.
I'm going to see you on the other side. Share your genius.
Sounds great to me. Hello, all of my asset millionaires. And I call you an asset millionaire because that is what you are. All of us have been given gifts and talents, and it's how we use those. We might have been born poor, but you don't have to die poor. It's the birth might be your fate, but how you go out is by choice. So it's whatever choices you are deciding to make that's going to decide whether or not you are that asset millionaire. You were born with everything that you need to succeed. So the books that I write are my certified dream builder books, which helps build your dream in nonprofit and for-profit organizations. We have 25 books in several topics and multiple topics. You don't need 25 books, but you need to find one that works for you. So today I'm going to focus on my workforce development books. Why am I doing that? Because our whole world is changing right before our very eyes. And as I've seen our world change, even one of my payment platforms changed this week and came up with a different wallet style that I was blown away with made me know that I need to learn more about the digital currency. I know a little bit, I'm invested a little bit, but I need to learn more about the digital currency because that's some pages. So as we have all of these changes coming up, our whole world is changing. So we need to be on top of what's happening. So I have about 4 areas that I would like to address today that are in my book called Workforce Development, grant writing for workforce development finally made easy. We have lots of information in the book so that you are not having to do this research yourself. It's already done for you. That is my book number 6. I have 25, remember. So today I'm going to focus on book number 6. I will let you know I do have multiple books. I have 25 books, as I said earlier, but the book that is the work development and questions that I intend to answer for you are is how can we better project into the future to be ready for any nonprofit or business? What areas are we likely to see the most changes in workforce development over the next years? What programs and services can develop or create or teach to get ourselves or those we serve ready for the changes in the workforce? And what have we done to prepare? Those are the things that I'm going to address today that are also addressed throughout the book. And if you get the book, then it can help you in moving way. But to understand the importance of book, that's kind of what we're going to address today. And as I said, the name of the book is Grant Writing for Workforce Development Made Easy. We also have the Grant Writing for Workforce Development funders, tools, resources, and tips. Funders, resources, and tips. And in that book, it's a 20-page book that has a list of million-dollar funders. It has a list of associations that donate to workforce development organizations. So it is packed with lots of information. It gives you $1 million budget that you can use to create, to help make adjustments and create your budget from it. It has timelines. It has all of those things in there. It's only 20 pages. The second workforce development book is about 56 pages, and it has all of the information that I'm mostly going to cover today. So if you go to certifieddreambuilder.com, you will be able to see these books. And I really appreciate Dr. Eric Kelly giving us the opportunity and this platform to be able to come in and talk about our books that are life-changing, that can help make a difference in your life. So let's go ahead and get started with how can we better project into the future to be ready for any profit, nonprofit, or business. And one of the ways that you can project into the future is to not only be aware of the SWOT analysis, but to also be aware of the pestle analysis. You want to be aware of the pestle analysis, not just the SWOT analysis. Now, many of us know what the SWOT analysis is. The SWOT analysis is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of your organization. We know that you need to know that. We know that you need to develop a strategic plan. But with the pestle analysis, it takes it a step further. You need to know the political concerns associated with whatever it is you're trying to do, the economic concerns. Will our economy even sustain what you are trying to do? The social concerns, um, the technological concerns, the environmental concerns, and the legal concerns. Does what you're trying to do fit within those areas? And when we think about all of the different changes that are going on and all of the different businesses that are now being created and the other businesses that will probably go out of business because of AI and many of the other things, how in the world are you going to be ready for this? How are your constituency, the people that you are serving, how are they going to be ready for this? How are you going to help them be ready for this. The only way that you're going to do it is that you are working on those pestle analysis. So that's basically how we can better project into the future. We need to understand that pestle analysis. We can project better into the future if we are able to predict that. There's also there's about 17 issues that's being discussed globally as to what the governments would like to do for our United Nations. Now, our United, and I know you're saying, well, what does that have to do with me? Well, the United States is a part of the United Nations. So, what I would like to see by 2030 is that we end all forms of poverty, that we end hunger. Number two is we end hunger and achieve food security and improve nutrition. That we, number three is that we do sustainable development goals like ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all ages. Number four is that we provide sustainable development, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all, not just for some. The sustainable development would include achieving gender equality and empowerment for all women all over the world. Number six would be to ensure availability of sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, no matter where they are in the world. Seventh one is to ensure that we have access to affordable and reliable, stable, and modern energy is one of the things they're trying to do as far as the United Nations is concerned. But we're talking about workforce development and whether or not you are going to fit that to analysis so that you can create opportunities. My book, Getting Ready for Grant Writing, not getting ready, but grant writing for workforce development. This is that area. If you're trying to provide workforce development opportunities for people, you want to make sure that you are promoting sustainable, inclusive, sustainable economic growth for all. You want to and I believe that was number 8. Now that I see that all of them are not showing here. Let's see. There's about 17 of them. See, we don't have all 17 listed here, so I'm not going to go through all 17 of them. But do yourself a favor and look up the World 17 Sustainable Development Goals for the United Nations. And it will, I'm trying to see if I can find another website right here, right quick, that has all of, okay, this one does have all of them. So I go ahead and give you number 9, which is innovation. Number 9 is infrastructure, making sure that we build the infrastructure and promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization. So if that's something that you are trying to provide for your people, that would be a good one. Reduce inequality. Number 11 is making sure that cities and human settlements are inclusive, safe, and resilient. Number 12 is responsible consumption and production. If you are trying to create workforce development opportunities, it's important for you to know these 17. And if you want to look it up so that you can read more about it, it is called the 17 Goals for the United Nations. So just research that and you will find it. Number 14 is life below water, making sure that they're taking care of the water and land water animals, and that we are not killing our seas. And number 15 is protecting and restoring promotable and sustainable ecosystems. So there's actually 17, peace and justice for all. And then 17 is strengthening the means of implementation and revitalize global partnerships. So global partnerships are going to be important. Those are the 17. You need to study those and know what those are. And you need to start looking at the strategic plans of organizations. My book talks about all of this. Again, the book is called Grant Writing for Workforce Development Opportunities. And if you are trying to create workforce development opportunities, what's covered in that book is what you need to be thinking about in order to get people ready for what's coming up. You don't want to be like the taxi and let Uber and Lyft come and almost knock you out of business. So what are the jobs that are available? Well, some of the jobs that are going to grow or technology automation. If you are working in technology and automation, the post-secondary level would be computer science, engineering, robotics, AI, machine learning, and the salary, potential salary for people who you're wanting to steer in that direction is anywhere from 30,000 to 150,000 plus. Your lower level education people, that's going to be closer to that 30,000. They need to be studying computers, they engineering how robots work. Maybe they don't have a college degree, because we have a whole lot of people out here with no college degree and no education. They're learning specific skills, machine making. If you're wanting them to be able to make some money within that 30 to 50,000, you want to make sure that they learn some skills about machines and more automation. Upskilling and reskilling is extremely important if you're going to work in workforce development. Again, the name of our book is Grant Writing for Workforce Development, and it's a digital tool to download. It's about 56 pages, and it gives you information, a step walkthrough of information on helping people get into the workforce that's likely to grow. Because what I'm giving you now are areas where the workforce is likely to change. Renewable energy and sustainability is another place where the workforce is likely to change. If people who don't have the college education, they need to learn about protecting the environment and how to use the sun and wind energy, get hands-on training for solar panels and windmills. There should be lots of jobs in that area, and those jobs pay anywhere from 25,000 to 120,000. If you in healthcare and the biotechnology area, if you have people who are in college, they might be interested in biology, biotechnology, nursing, medicine. The book that I've written helps you to establish your program to help people get into some of these fields that are growing. Other fields that are growing: education and online learning with salaries of 20,000 to 100,000. Advanced manufacturing with salaries of 30,000 to 130,000. With cybersecurity on the lower end, 35,000 up to 160,000. Infrastructure and urban development on the lower end, 25,000 to 130,000. Remote work and digital nomadism, 15,000 to 100,000. And the major one, entrepreneurship. It can be anywhere from $0 all the way up to billions of dollars. So those are the areas that are growing. And when you think about who you're serving, if you are trying to do a nonprofit or for-profit and you're serving pre-K, what are you teaching those people that are in your pre-K? These things we try to encourage you to, while you're developing your program, think about who it is that you're serving. The name of my book is Grant Writing for Workforce Development. And what we're doing is trying to encourage organizations to develop workforce development programs, because so many of us need upselling skills. Some of us need new skills to be able to keep up with everything that is happening in our world today. So what did we be teaching our pre-K kids? Teamwork concepts, problem solving through play, fine motor skills and development is what we should be teaching our young ones. As far as our elementary school kids, we should be teaching them career exploration activities, basic computer skills, literacy and numeracy emphasis. For our middle school kids, we should be teaching them how to code and digital arts, career-related clubs, soft skills education. That's what we should be teaching them. The high school students should be learning vocational training, career counseling, college prep courses. Dropouts should be getting their GEDs, vocational training and programs. This is to keep us from being behind, especially us Black folk, to keep us from being behind and keeping us from going even more backwards than what some of us have been. As for college students, making sure, because just because you get a degree doesn't mean that life is going to change for you. Some people are going to graduate college and have nothing but a bill that they've gotten because they majored in the wrong thing. Well, if you listen to this today, you should not be going astray. Internships, co-ops programs, networking events is how you can help our college students. advanced job search workshops. You are an organization that is providing workforce development. These are some of the programs that you should be doing in order to help from our babies all the way up to our senior citizens. As far as seniors, what should we be doing to help our seniors? Experience leverage workshops, digital tools, not help our adults and seniors. Teach digital tools, teaching them about transition programs into new fields. Because I read a statistic not too long ago that said there's going to be an increase of 95% of 75-year-olds going back into the workforce. And if you look at some of the places right now, you're starting to see some of these people older and old having to go back into the workforce. So if you are that organization that is interested in starting workforce development, I have books out there for you. I have two, in fact. One is called Workforce Development, Grant Writing for Workforce Development, and Grant Writing Finally Made Easy for with funders, resources, and tips. So one of the books is only 20 pages, but it gives you hundreds of different grants that are available for you to provide workforce development. And then we have our actual grant writing book that teaches you our grant writing system so that you can use our Canvas style of writing that teaches you the 4 areas that every grant has, and then the 4 goals that you need for your grant writing team in order to be successful. Today, I was giving you information for those who are considering providing workforce development programs. I talked about pre all the way up to adults and seniors. Now I'm at the unhoused. For those people who are unhoused, access to basic needs and support is a program could be provided. Job readiness and training is a program that you could provide for unhoused. Short-term employment opportunities, and I know they used to call them homeless, they used to call them some of everything, transients, but we're calling them unhoused. Assistance with obtaining identification. Many times when people are homeless or unhoused, they have lost a lot of their ID. Maybe they had to move somewhere fast. So programs that help people get their ID back are really good. Supportive services for mental health and substance use is also a good program that you can offer the unhoused. But for those of you that are providing workforce development, not only are you providing workforce development, you are also providing supportive services. And these are some of those supportive services. If you are providing workforce development to immigrants, you want also consider they might language development skills or English as a second language. They may need cultural orientation programs. May need recognition and accreditation of foreign qualifications, because a lot of them come over with degrees already. In the U.S., we don't recognize their degree. Networking events for community integration. You may do some networking events. So no matter what age you are serving with workforce development, no matter people you are serving, there are ways that you can improve your workforce development program. Maybe offering legal assistance with work permit and employment laws for those that are immigrants, all the way from pre-K all the way up to immigrants is what you should be concerned with. Now, what if we don't prepare? What if you don't get books like my book called Grant Writing for Workforce Development Finally Made Easy? What if you don't get that book? What if you don't get my book, Grant Writing for Workforce Development, funding, resources, and tips, because that's my smaller book? What if you don't get one of those books? If we don't prepare, job opportunities may be limited in advanced fields. Increased competition for jobs may become even more fierce than it has been in the past. For dropouts, there's even fewer job options and higher unemployment risk. As far as that socioeconomic gap, there's going to be risk of underemployment in unrelated fields, difficulty achieving financial stability. This is even for the college graduate. And when you look at the lower skilled people, greater risk of falling into poverty because they are not ready for some of these new workforce opportunities. Wide gaps in access to education. I mean, there's so many different things. The quality of life, business competitiveness, workforce skills. All these areas need to be looked at. How it's going to affect the college graduates that are already graduate and maybe have degrees in areas that are not going to be moving. How do we help them? How do we help those that don't have college education? They need more skill. The vulnerability to cyber threats. I had an issue with one of my payment systems just this week. I mean, how how are we going to fight this? There's going to be a big increase in demand for cyber people who can handle cyber threats. But if you don't have any computer skills, how are you going to be that person that they're hiring? You've got to look at the stagnation in economic growth. Now, I always tell you as a millionaire, the money is not leaving the planet, no matter what happens in the economy. That money is not leaving the planet. It's changing hands. So what you have to figure is, how can I get some of this money in my hand? Since the money is not leaving the planet, it's changing hands. As far as environmental sustainability, we've got mixed opportunities in the green jobs. Or is this even something that you want to look at? Participation in sustainable practices? A lot of us are not participating in the sustainable practices. So if you are a workforce development agency that is providing information or helping those who want to work sustainable practices, then there's going to be some opportunity for you. Our healthcare system is strained. This is one of the things that's going to happen if we don't prepare. So what I just gave you are things that could possibly happen. We could have a lack of job opportunities. The socioeconomic gap could get wider. Our quality of life could go down. Business could be even more fierce than it is right now. There's even more of a workforce skill gap. There'll be more vulnerability to cyber threats. The economic growth is just not going to happen. Environmental sustainability is going to be hard to happen if we don't embrace this new workforce development and learn how it works well for us rather than it works against us. And then the healthcare system strain is another issue that is going on. So much of this that is the reason that it's so important for us to understand and pay attention when it comes to workforce development programs and strategies. In my workforce development book, I talk to you about building your grant writing team and also making sure that you know how to locate current grants for your organization, that you know the components of your workforce development program. Because if you don't know the components of what your workforce development program should include, like looking at the 17 strategies that are being worked on by the United Nations, and knowing some of these jobs that are going away. If you are doing workforce development, you should definitely know which one of these jobs are going away, and you should definitely be paying attention to the 17 areas that the United Nations focusing on. You should have your 3 different types of budget. You need your operations budget, which tells you what your organization costs to run. And I'm talking about that $1 million budget, or that $100,000 budget, or that $300,000 or $500,000 budget overall that is going to cost you to keep your organization going. The second budget that you need is a basic program budget, and that budget is the budget that you're raising for a particular project. If you're doing projects in organizations, especially for you nonprofit, if you're doing projects, and that would be your project budget. If you are, and then the other budget, the third budget is your 5-year projection, your strategic planning budget. Your strategic planning budget is the other budget that you would need. And then number 5 is the all-in-one workforce development program, your logic model. We have a logic model in our book that addresses every area. I call my Big 10. On the left side, you have the programmatic side. On the right side, you have your management side and what management is doing. So in our book, the grant writing for workforce development, we have included all of that. We have included funding resources in the book. We've included the steps for starting a workforce development program. I'll run through those right quick before they come back and say it's on the other side. But the first step that you want to do in order to start your workforce development program and make sure that you got it right, which is highlighted in our book, you want to do research. You want to know who are the job seekers in your area? Who are the companies in your area? And what types of employees are they looking for? If there are no companies in your area, if many of the companies in your area have gone out of business, how can you transport people to the organizations in different areas that are looking for a workforce? Or how can you bring new job opportunities to your area? You want to make sure that you have a good mission statement. All of this is my step 2 in the book, grant writing for workforce development. How do you create a good mission statement that's going to take you to your vision, which is when your mission is completed? How do you register your nonprofit to make sure that you have met state guidelines and federal guidelines and all of these guidelines that you have to meet for your organization? Step 4 is to how do you recruit people to come and help serve in your organization? And how do you recruit those people who are going to be trained by some of the programs and services that you're offering? And then number 5 is how do you choose a location that is suitable for what you are trying to do? If you have to train a lot of people, you probably want to make sure that you get a facility that has a place for people to park, or has a place for people to put their bikes, or has a place for people to walk to safely to where what you're trying to do. How step 6 is obtaining licenses and insurance. Almost everything that we do commercially needs to have licenses and insurance. So you want to make sure that you are checking and that on what your license and insurance requirements are and meeting those. Step 7 is to develop policies and procedures for what you're doing. How can policies and procedures help you? Policies and procedures can help you by helping you explain to other people the help that you need. It's hard to get help with your projects if you don't have some type of system in place to where you can easily train people to follow in your footsteps. So that is one of the beauties, and consistency and equity and inclusion. When you have policies and procedures, it's much easier for you to be equitable to the people that you are serving. This is Dr. Barbara Wright, and I am covering some of the information that is in my book called Grant Writing for Workforce Development, Finally Made Easy. And what I'm giving you is a step-by-step for starting your workforce development plan, which is the first half of the book, and the last half of the book talks more about how to actually write grants for your workforce development program. Step number 8 is to create a program. Creating the actual program. One reason that some people are not able to get grants and not able to get business loans and not able to get funding is because they have not actually thought about their goals and their objectives. They haven't answered my 5 W's, which is the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why of your organization. So it's important for you to create a program. And if you're doing a workforce development program, your program and services are needed by job seekers, or they're needed by the corporations that are in your area. Number 9, and we have 10. So number 9 says form partnerships. You want to make sure that you form partnerships with local employers, educational institutions, and community organizations to ensure that you are able to actually get your organization running the way it's supposed to. And lastly, number 10 is then you want to market your workforce development program so that the people that you are targeting for your program, let's say your program is a program that is targeting youth and young adults ages 16 to 24, then you want to target that group. If the requirement of the grant is that they are dropouts, because some of the grants do require that, then you're looking for that clientele. Whatever it is that the grant has said that you can do, that's what you have to do. If for those of you who follow me on LinkedIn under Barbara Babby Wright, Dr. Barbara Babby Wright, On my quote today, I said, "Is your thing," and then it said dot dot dot, because you can't do what you want to do when it comes to grant writing and fund development. You have to do what your bank has asked to do, or you have to meet their credential. As far as funders are concerned, they have the first and the last say as to whether or not they're going to accept your application and as to whether or not they're going to pass or fail your application. There's no such thing as it's your thing, do what you want to do. You've got to meet the rules and regulations of the regulators. And that brings me to the last half of my book, and I'll go to that chart that I talked about that is pretty much that canvas that I've developed. And in that canvas, we have 4 areas that you must learn, because those are the 4 areas that grants mostly request you to answer questions. Number 1 is the executive summary, the abstract, because that's where you're going to answer those 5 W's I talked about: the who you are, who you're serving, who's your competition, who are your partners, the what are you providing, the when are you providing it, the where are you providing it, and the why are you providing it. And by why, we mean the statistics, that you've looked up statistics that support whatever it is that you say you're going to do. And when you're answering the what, you're answering the how much. When you're answering the where, you're answering how much. And the why may end up including some how much. So you're also doing your budget as you go. Your needs assessment, or your story of why your program is needed, that is, you're going to answer the question: who are you serving and why? What is the national problem? What is the local problem? And how will you fix it? That's how you enter that narrative. And that's going to become the biggest part of your grant. But your narrative has to expound on your 5 W's. So you can say anything different in your narrative than what you said in the 5 W's. So in your narrative, I called my Big 10. So on the left, there are 5 areas that you have to focus on. That's your goals, which is what you're going to do, and your objectives, which is how you're going to do it, implementation, which is when you're going to do it, what are you bringing to the table, who are your partners, and what's your budget for that, your evaluation, which is the who and the how. Who are you going to have in your program, and how are you going to know that they were successful or they were a failure? Your outcomes is, were they how is the world better? It's that impact. How is the world better because you offered that program? So those are the first 5, and that's the programmatic part. Once you have that down, you have a program that you're able to go over here on the right side to your management, to those who are going to assist you, to your volunteers, and tell them, I've got my idea of my program. So really, you're doing that with the 5 W's. So you've got your program idea, and now you're soliciting to get people to help you. It's hard to get people to help you when you don't even know what you're doing. So number 1 on the right side of the canvas is the timeline. What are you going to be doing as management the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter? First quarter, you may be recruiting. First quarter, you may start the actual program. Second quarter, you're reviewing and evaluating. Third quarter, you're reviewing and evaluating. And fourth quarter, you're writing the report. After the fourth quarter, you're writing a report to the person who has funded you. Your management, who is running your program? What are their salaries? What are their credentials? What gives them the credential to be able to actually do the programs? What are their salaries and fringe benefits? How many contracts are you going to have when it comes to management? Dissemination, how are you going to get the word out about what you're doing? Are you going to use internet, media campaign, expos? All of this is in this book. All of this is in my book, Grant Writing for Workforce Development Programs. Sustainability. How are you going to sustain the program when the grant money is gone? Let's say you get $100,000, or let's say you get $1 million. How are you going to sustain this program after that money is gone. That's the sustainability. Are you going to continue to do fundraisers? Are you going to continue to do grants? Are you going to go out and get a business loan? How are you going to sustain it once the money is gone that people donate you? As far as the budget is concerned, the budget, you are creating that budget all the way through. If you get the book, you will see how there was budgets under several of those sections. And that way you're not writing a whole grant or writing a whole business plan and then trying to think of, okay, how much money is this going to cost me? And I hope that this was helpful to you. This book, again, is grant writing for workforce development programs, finally made easy. And our job is to help think about all the things that you need to think about. Our other book that we have in workforce development, and I'm trying to get to the title, make sure I tell you exactly right, which is on our website at certifieddreambuilder.com. It is grant writing and fundraising for workforce development programs. Grant writing and fundraising for workforce development programs. Funders, resources, and tools is the name. And that book also has a wealth of information. And I see she's back. So I'm going to let her take it on in. I saw her back. So, I was,
All right.
yeah.
Hey, how are you doing, Dr. Barbara Wright? Thank you
I'm
very
good.
much. Thank you for everything that you shared. It has been a
You are
wealth
welcome.
of knowledge. I did have I guess a question. Do you have any tips for like new, just starting out nonprofits on how they like what is the very first step? Like once they have their nonprofit that they should do. I know that you said that they need your three budgets, but what would be like your first step before going out into writing the grants?
The first step is that researching, making sure that you do the research, feasibility. Is this even feasible? Does it fit within that SWOT and pestle analysis that I talked about? The second step is to make sure that you met the regulatory requirements of your organization. The third step be to make sure that you become credible, that you get your checking account and those kind of things, and that you start registering some of the databases that you need to register on. The fourth step would be to make sure that you become branded, that you brand your organization. Your fifth step is to make start building collaboratives and building those relationships that you need to build. You cannot raise funds without building those relationships. The sixth step is to make sure that you develop those budgets. I talked about the three budgets that you just mentioned. That's the sixth step. Seven is to train all of those people that are going to be working with you, because it is hard. The reason that I gave you a list of people that was going to earn money, the reason that it's somewhat the entrepreneur can make anywhere from $0 to $1 billion is because they're not going to do it by themselves. Them people who are making less money, they don't necessarily have a business. They have they're self-employed. But once you actually establish business, you begin to multiply yourself. And when you multiply yourself, you're able to increase your earnings. When you multiply yourself in the nonprofit, you're able to help a lot more people because you have policies and procedures. So the seventh step is make sure that you're training all those people that are going to help you take to the next level.
Oh wow, that is awesome. Thank you very much. So do you have any new projects that you're working on? Did you hear me?
What I am doing now is just making sure that I'm teaching. I'm teaching on Clubhouse and Zoom, and making sure that people who may not be able to afford my services are able to hear this information. And I count on here once a month, making sure that I'm sharing here. I'm giving the information as much as I can to as many people in the community. But because I know that I have to duplicate myself, I don't do like phone calls where people are just calling you on the phone. So this is my project. It's being able to go on as many platforms and go to as many areas I'm able to do, to share the information, share those 7 steps, so that and to talk about workforce development. That was the reason, making sure that this book was right, so that people would know what they need to do, so that leaders would know what they
Okay.
need to do to help our young people, from the B's all the way up to the senior citizens, the unhoused, and the immigrants, know what they need to do to be able to survive all the changes that we are going to see within the next 6 years.
Okay. So if someone wanted to book your service, like for you to come out and speak at an engagement, or like, are you available for that?
I am available for that, and I do have a 15-minute session that they can schedule on my website, and we can talk and make sure that we are a good fit for each other. That is a free, I call it my free 15. So anyone who is interested in having me come out and speak, we can do the free 15 chat to see if we are a good fit.
Okay. And please, can you tell us
And that's
again?
at certifieddreambuilder.com at my website.
All right. So you have certifieddreambuilder.com. And then you mentioned that you are also on Clubhouse. Is that correct? And other social media platforms?
Yes, I am. The Grants Empowerment Room. It's the Grants Empowerment Room.
The Grants Empowerment
Yes.
Room on Clubhouse?
Yes.
All right. Well, I would like to thank you, Dr.
I
Barbara
think
Wright,
our
for every.
time is a little off.
Yeah, I think the timing is a little bit off. You must be somewhere on the Midwest somewhere. Are you in the Midwest?
I am. I am.
There's like a forced delay in there. Okay, well, it has been great learning all of the
Yes.
wealth of knowledge from you, and learning what we need to do and actually to enrich our workforce development, especially within the next 6 years. How do you feel about artificial intelligence play in the workforce development?
Honestly, I was just looking at 12 jobs that I saw yesterday that would not be affected, with almost everything else being affected by AI. So for those of you who are wanting to look it up, just kind of look up those 12 jobs that they say will escape AI. Almost every other profession will be affected. One of the 12 was musicians. So if you are a musician, you're an artist, you're a creative person, those are probably going to escape AI to point. They've come up with something so Ray to where it takes your written verbiage and turns it into a video. So all of us are not going to say, but you just want to stay ahead of the game and make sure that you're researching to see what changes coming down pipes. You don't end up being like the taxi and that lift and we're coming almost knock him off the face of earth. So we just have to keep our eyes open and our minds open to the possibilities, because no matter what is happening, we all have skill. It's important for us to use the gifts and talents. We are asset millionaires. We don't want our assets to go to the grave. We want to use those gifts and talents that we have, and make sure that we use them to help our community, also earn income. Many of our talents, gifts and talents can be used to earn income.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Dr. Barbara Wright, for sharing your expertise and the time that you've shared. As always, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.